Good evening and welcome. So let's see. I was about to say it's Monday, but it's not quite Monday. Not going to scare you just yet. Sunday, final day of the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. I had a good weekend, but it was also a very disappointing event. Yeah. It's now I'm old, you know that. I'm Gen X, so there's this and I'm not on Instagram. I can't be bothered with that. But there is like this Instagram generation that's basically Gen Z or millennials millennials are really the Instagram generation, and there's on the older end of that spectrum. There seems to be like an attitude about things having to look really good. Like things, the appearance of things is of course not everyone. Of course, I'm not generalizing that much, but things have to. The look of things is more important than the feel of things. So it's more important that it looks good, that it feels good, and that becomes a little bit evident when sort of going to a workshop and just going like, okay, so this is all about sort of, it has to look right, and that's like the opposite of any tantric thing is like, it's not supposed to look good. It's supposed to feel good. It's the only thing that matters is the feeling, not whether it looks correct. And that kind of pissed me off. I mean, not really pissed me off, but it was like, oh, it's so fake. Everything is so performative, and oh, I just couldn't stay in that. And you feel that the whole thing is, it's more of a theater, a spectacle, than it is about what are you feeling. And it's about sort of saying the right things, doing the right things, looking the right way, which is to me like the epitome of not being tantric, because it's about the inner work, not the outer work. But anyway, so that was workshop, paid for, way too expensive, and left after the initial round because I was like, nope, I need to do something else. So remember that. If you go to some event and it doesn't feel right, remember to check in and just leave if it doesn't feel right. And I'm super happy about it. So yeah. Right. So that was my weekend. That's good anyway. What we're gonna do next week is that we have now completed the mega base, the Factorio mega base. Oh yeah, sunk cost fallacy avoided. Yes, this is I love the sunk cost fallacy, as in I love the fact that just by being aware of it, you can mitigate a lot of it. So, and it is a fallacy, and there's somehow a little bit of truth to the sunk cost with regards to not being a fallacy. So, for example, if I go to an event and I have paid money for it, then if I leave halfway, then of course you can say I'm not going to get half my money back. So the money is lost. That's fine. But what's more important is like, well, you should still look at it as in, since you have paid for the rest of it, will you get any value out of it? You might not get as much value as you would have expected, and therefore sort of net it was not worth the time. But the alternative is, what are you going to do instead? If you're just going to do nothing, then even though it might not be as valuable as you would have liked, then it still has a non-zero value. It's more about sort of the opportunity cost. So if you have something else to do that's more valuable, sure, do that. You shouldn't sort of stick with it just because you paid for it. But there's still the element of, well, what is the alternative? Because if you paid for something, the money is gone, but you now have access to something. You paid for an event or something, tickets to something. So it's probably going to get negative environment out of something. Oh yeah, absolutely, and that's the point. Like, this is when it becomes a fallacy, when it's like, oh, I damn well paid for it, so I'm gotta stay to the end. Like, well, then you don't sound like you're getting any benefit from any utility from that event, and then you're definitely getting like a negative utility and shouldn't. Therefore, not doing anything is better than being there. However, that's usually not the case. But in this case, it was just, yeah. Someone asked me if I wanted to have a private play party instead of this boring play party, and that was a lot better option. So that was off I went. Yeah. So I think it's very much about the opportunity cost. So, doing the park, back from holiday and managed to save the streak. My wife is very understanding. That's nice. It's it problem with those kind of streaks is that they become a little bit of a curse, because then it starts mattering. Like, oh, it didn't really matter when you were at 7 on a streak, but when you're at 190, it really sucks to lose that streak. And because you want to get at least to 200, right? And yeah. And then comes a surprise stream sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I've done surprise stream, but Dude in the Park has always been there for every single one. And the worst part is I start a stream and there's some technical difficulties and I have to restart. That's the problem. Because will it count if I do a 10-minute stream and then I restart the stream when I fix the audio? Luckily, Twitch is not counted as a separate stream, so luckily. So, but if it's a family time, it's family time. I'll just have to miss the surprise stream. Yeah, absolutely. And just like, oh, hold on, I just need to log in and say hi and then log out. There we go. Done. Get my check mark. So, yeah. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Starships. Good choice. Good choice. Yes, I think that's it's a time now we sort of focused on each of the planets. So today we're going to be focusing a little bit more on interplanetary logistics and spaceship design. So we're going to start by making like a new inner planet freighter and a new long range or Aquilo ship. Maybe not an Aquilo ship yet, but at least an inner planet freighter, and then figure out how to set up that in a good way, both on planets and on the spaceship to sort of have it easy to set up and modular so that we can keep going. I think that's the best way. I started following you when Dyson Sphere program came out and really enjoy your content and the things you create. I don't always feel the need to hop in when I see you on, but I never get it. So thank you for that. Thank you. As I mean, that's how it is for most people when it comes to live streams. It's like, oh, this is something that's on, and oh, I can jump in. It's fun. It's engaging. It's interesting, or it's just something in the background that I can fall asleep to. Whatever is your motivation. But it doesn't need to be, oh, I have to be there every time, otherwise I'm going to miss something, because it's not exciting. It's more of a sitcom than it is a sort of a drama show. You're not really going to miss something if you miss a stream, and especially when play games like Factorio, where okay, you can pretty much jump in anywhere. And if I say we're going to do spaceships today, then you go like, okay, yeah, I can jump into that. Similarly with Dyson Sphere program. If you know the game, you can sort of figure out, okay, jumping in, okay, so this is kind of where we are. We're starting to figure out the first interstellar logistics routes. Okay, cool, I get it. And then you sort of can follow along. If you play some story-driven game and you jump in and suddenly there are, I don't know, God of War, for example, and then jump into stream number 4, it's a little bit harder to keep up. Like, who are these people and why and what? So those story-driven themes, and we're not playing those as much. We are going to next week, since the Megabase is done. It has been running on my PC sort of the last couple of days, sort of when I had some time, did something else, and it's just kind of running. And it's now 10 hours of constant production at 1 million signs per minute. So there's no doubt that this is stable. It's not just like, oh, it just got there, but it has been running for 10 hours. And by the way, 10 hours of in-game time is 20 hours of real time. So it's been running for a long time. And I think there's only been like one panic, and that was because I was an idiot. I accidentally sort of hooked up a requester chest to a Roboport, and it was on set filter, which means that it was taking everything in the Roboport and requesting it into that, which meant that every single robot started flying everything, logistics robot started flying everything into that logistics chest, or that requested chest, which meant that I didn't get enough. I couldn't feed the science because suddenly all my logistics bots were transporting everything into that particular requested chest. So, yeah. I have restarted the Dyson Sphere back catalog as I started during Dark Fog, and I struggled to understand some of the legacy blueprint. It provided some good clarity. Nice. Okay. So, Dude in the Park, maybe that's a good question specifically for you, but also to everyone else. Like, when the next Dark Fog comes out, I'm obviously going to stream it here on Twitch, and I'm also going to make a YouTube series, which will be sort of starting over, and then something, we're going to play through it. And then the question becomes, okay, so what are we actually going to do with the start of the game? Like, I really love my bus hub design. It's super good. It takes a lot of space, but I really don't care. The starter planet isn't going to be used for any heavy industry. It's just going to be there to do this specific thing mainly. So I don't mind. But the question is, how much am I going to... Okay, so this is a rock. When you mine it, you get rock in your inventory. The rock can be used to make bricks. And those bricks... actually, concrete. They can just be made into concrete. Like, that kind of... like how much should I describe it from the beginning, and how much should I be like, oh, I assume that you've watched something else? Because on the one hand, it's like most of the audience will have watched something else, but on the other hand, there will also be a lot of people who join as in, oh, there's something new. I hear this Dyson Sphere program, or I've heard people talk about it, but now there's a new release. Let me jump on in. And then you might just come in and watch my Let's Play, and it's going to be like stepping down blueprint. And yeah, we know what this one is, and we know what this one is, and this one is just the usual. And then you go, what? Exactly as you were. So, yeah. So, I mean, Giga, yeah, that's kind of the easiest thing to say. Like, oh, quick recaps. They're like, yeah, but it's the problem for me is a balance of progress versus I don't know, like exhaustiveness. So, am I going to take 10 episodes to get off the first planet, or I'm going to take 5 episodes, or I'm going to take 1 episode? Like, how I can do either of them, but the level of detail will be accordingly. So will it be like, oh, here's a perfect start to Dyson Sphere program, episode 1, and then the next one is like, oh, building the bus, and the next one is like, oh, red science and oil and stuff, and then it's gonna be like, oh, getting the little bit started on the yellow science, and then it'll be like, oh, first trip off world, and then like that's kind of a good pace, I think, but then I need to cut some corners along the way, because that's a really high level detail. There's a lot of building that's gonna cut out of just like, okay, maybe I built the bus as in sort of I built like one thing, and then I'll just kind of whoosh it away, and then suddenly we have everything, and then it's like 10 hours of crafting. Yeah, I don't do the for dummies because my audience is not dummies, so that doesn't work. Yeah, welcome to Every Treacher's Everyday Problem. I know. I mean, it's what I do. Production, post-production info cards with details. You must be new around here. Are you fucking kidding me? Post-production? I don't even know what that means. I have no idea. The most important in a tutorial Let's Play is... Now, explain what rock is, but... is always not... But why a player is doing something. Why is the player mining 10 minutes and not 30? That helps me understand the choices you make. Why are there 8 lanes of copper on a bus, not 4? Yeah, that's a good point. That's exactly. It's the why, it's not the what. Because the what you can also see, but it's why did you build, for example, why did you build concrete so early? Like I focus on concrete and steel. I can't remember what it's called, concrete, foundation, whatever. Very early, or it's concrete. It's stone bricks, right? Something, yeah, stone bricks, and steel goes into foundation or whatever it's called, landfill. I focus on that way earlier than most people because I like to build the way I want to build, and I don't like being constrained by stupid, annoying things like oceans. So I need to get this earlier than most people because I want this to be built right here. And I don't give a shit if if that ocean is in the way. I'm gonna need to pave over it. So therefore I focus on this earlier than most. So I don't feel acknowledged as your audience. I'm a newbie. Yeah, but you're a newbie, but you're not a dummy. See? And this was for dummies. Have AI create 10 versions of every video for every experience level. Yes. Let me do that. Let me do that. let me make myself redundant even faster. So, is there gonna be a masterclass like playlist for DSP with Dark Fog? Nope, not at all. Because I don't think the community for Dyson Sphere program is as expensive as it is for Factorio. So I did some masterclasses, and they're still fine. I don't think they changed like basic designs for smelting columns, that kind of thing. And it's basically, those are the things that I think make sense to do. I don't think it makes sense to do everything. So yeah, and I'm also going to be playing it on very high difficulty, so it's going to be dictated very much by, well, what the Dark Fog wants. If you're French. Shows how little you know me. No, it just shows how kind and I am, because I'm. I don't want to. You calling yourself that is one thing, but me calling you that is a very different thing. That I hate to see about DSP, a lot of the blueprint sites are a bit stagnant. Like, it's hard to tell whether a blueprint that is titled All Buildings Mold is actually accurate anymore or not. Yes, well, that's why you use my blueprints, right? Because I update them for the current playthrough, and that's something we're going to do as well. And there'll probably be like new things that we're going to be doing here, and yeah. So I'm definitely compiling blueprints as we go along during the Let's Play. It's not going to be like Masterclass level, but on the other hand, I played it. I don't know, what is that actually? More than 1,000 hours, but I don't think it's much more than that. No, 1,300 hours. So I have a fair bit of experience in Dyson Sphere, and that will Dyson Sphere Rogram, as the title says. So I have done a lot of the designs multiple times, and there are just only so many ways you can do it in the beginning. So yeah, like for example, the green engines, for example, there's just a single design that kind of works now. Little off topic, you use a standing desk. Yes, I do. I always have a standing desk, and it works wonderful. I'm so happy that I made that choice. I've been standing while working for the last 15 years, I think. And while I record sitting, I stream standing. It just works like that. So I mean, I couldn't be standing if all day if I'm gonna be but on the other hand, if I'm sitting recording and then sort of watching a YouTube video, doing editing, all that stuff, then when it comes down to streaming, then getting up and moving around. And I also feel that if I can feel it if we have like an extra hour. If I'm standing, I'm still somewhat fresh, but if I'm sitting, it'll be like this, the classic gamer pose, because I'll be tired. So yeah, standing desk. I highly recommend it for work as well. What are your future plans for Space Age Masterclass and Megabase in Factorio in general? Well, Masterclass is continuing. That's what we're going to do today. And then Megabase is done. I will be making a couple more YouTube videos on this. And then, unfortunately, that also completes. So I'm not in a rush to complete it on YouTube, but I've just released the penultimate science. So there's only Prometheum left, which will be split into some different ones, because I think that like there's something that we have to build on Aquilo, like all of the all of the quantum processors. That's one thing we definitely need to do there, and so that's going to be a thing. And we need to build like that giant field of biter spawners and how that works and why. And then we have to build the spaceship, and then we have to tie it together to sort of find the rhythm. And then so yeah, it's kind of. Whether that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 videos, I have no idea. But it's not going to be one. And then after that, I'm going to wait a little bit. And then hopefully, if I can get my shit together, then I'm going to make a single video about the journey to Megabase, where we basically, at a very high level, go into how I decided to do each of them. But then I'm not going to be playing any more of that base. Then the plan is when 2.1 comes out, which I hope is going to be after Dyson Sphere, and I hope that Dyson Sphere is soon. Like, that's my hope. Then it's a good time for us to start all over from scratch with Factorio and use the Masterclass designs as a foundation and use the new city block design. That's the intention for Factorio content. And until then, the Sunday Masterclasses will just continue. So. And I'm often left wanting. What? Ah, right, okay. Paid quite a bit of money for a standing desk with a nice motor and hardware and have zero regrets. I spent all my day on my desk, so it's worth investing. Yes, absolutely. This is also motorized. That's just the microphone going up and down. The camera is not mounted to the desk because I did previously have the camera mounted to the desk, but that means when I'm sort of hitting the desk, then it's also the camera is also getting wobbly. We can't have that. So, hello, you're good. Welcome. What the cat doing? Cat things, nothing presumably. Open the door to my son so Speedy can run in there. Going into Interplanetary logistics in Factorio or in Dyson Sphere? Because now we're sort of talking about both. What's the dev state of DSP? Is there a new update coming? There's a new update that's in the works. And it's been 2 years. Soon it's been more than 1.5 years, but not quite 2 years since they said this. Since they released the first half of the Dark Fog, the next half, I don't know how that's gonna pan out, is about sort of building mechs or building space stations, which it just sounds mind-numbingly awesome. And then sort of having your mech go into other mechs and then flying around in a sort of bigger mech. I don't know. That sounds a little bit weird, but yeah, everything they've done super amazing, awesome. So I have faith in whatever they're doing. So yeah, if a bit slow. On the other hand, you can also say that what they do is they keep longevity on their game, because if they make a major release ideally I would say every year they make a major release with new content. That means like someone like me will come back to it every year, and that means like someone like you as my audience will sort of get a reminder to replay it, or someone who's come in and watched Factorio Space Age will suddenly go, oh, there's another cool factory game, awesome, let me try that. And if they were just sort of releasing it and just be like, yep, that's done, next project, now we're going to do an MMO or some other shit like that, then it would be disappointing. So I love games that are high quality early access and then they build upon it. Like Timberborn is also a good example. Valheim is a good example. I'm not sure I kind of like where Valheim is heading, but like that kind of way to do that. Captain of Industry as well. Darkest Dungeon has been doing great. Like these major releases at intervals is a great way to do early access and sort of stretch the lifetime of your game over much longer, instead of just like, you can say stuff like Blueprints. Of course it's different because it's a puzzle game, so once you build it, you played it, you kind of played it. But when you sort of release it as one, you could only get one splash. But if you release major updates on a yearly basis, you get multiple splashes. And sometimes it's better. Yeah. Latest Valheim updates, didn't love. Yeah, I think there's... regarding Valheim, the problem I think was that in the beginning it was like, oh, this is early access, this is fine. I mean, this is something that all the quality of life, they can fix that. But they just never came back to it. They just ignored those things that are, all the idiosyncrasies that are there. They don't address them. They're just so annoying. Like the whole leveling weapons and skills and stuff. It's like, ugh. And sort of, this progression is really hard, that choice of how to progress things. And yeah, there's just a lot of things that are just weird, right? Will you replay Cosmoteer? No, not until there's a new campaign. I want to play Cosmoteer again, but I think that it needs a little bit more. And I opened it and I saw the roadmap, and the next thing that's being worked on is a campaign mode. And I think once the campaign mode has gotten a boost, then I think it's going to be fun to go back and play Cosmoteer. But I don't want to do it now, because then I won't be able to do it when that comes out. Zort.Nav, Nav, thank you for the 23 months. So. I didn't like the enemies in DSP, but it's a personal preference. I think they're brilliant. I think that they work much better than biters in Factorio, because you can use them for farming insanely good resources, or you can just kind of have them be negligent, or they can be basically dominating your entire playthrough. So, and all of the situations work really well. So, Plan B is not on my radar. It's, I don't think so. I looked at it. Maybe if I'm sort of next week sort of go like, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to put on YouTube, then I might sort of do a little playthrough of it for YouTube. But it did seem a little bit too simplistic to me. It was interesting to learn the mechanics, but once they were learned, it was like, oh, that's kind of shallow. So I don't know. I don't think that's fundamentally changed. Like this whole thing about sort of grabbing things and then they sort of bounce from things. It was weird and fun to learn, but then it became like really silly and weird. Hate to lose XP on dying in Valheim. Yes. Yeah, I mean, the skill thing is yeah. Why do you not play music in your stream? I do. There's music in the background. But let's but I'll answer that question because I'll take Nephrons as an example. Some years ago, and maybe I had a little bit to say in this. Like, I enjoyed sort of after my stream ended, going over to Nephrom's stream and just kind of just chilling with some fans. Like, oh, I know what's going on, I can see it, and I can get a little bit inspired on some of these designs if they're not so awful. But you know, and he's a nice guy. But listening to EDM is no fucking way. It was just noisy, loud, annoying music, and that means like suddenly it becomes like, okay, do you like my gameplay and do we share the same music taste? Because like, oh, Factorio and death metal, that's just it, and that might push some of you away, such that you're like, yeah, I love the gameplay, but the other shit, no thanks. So having sort of two conflicting things on top of each other means that any one of them, like me or my gameplay or the stuff I talk about now or the music, can be, any one of those can be a deal breaker. So I don't want to be putting unnecessary deal breakers in. And plus, I don't listen to music myself. So the whole idea of making a playlist, or you guys could make a playlist, and no. So plus on top of that, there's all the bullshit about the copyright strikes and demonetization, and that means I can't move them to YouTube, and having it sort of in different audio tracks, and oh my god, that's a lot of bullshit for something I don't care about. So yeah, that's why. But, and also, I love game music. This game music reminds me of Factorio. I've been listening to it for 9,000 hours, and I don't mind. So, yeah. Source code, not a question, just you know, seeing your videos makes me want to quit my job and play more Factorio. Just because I did that and it worked out, I wouldn't recommend it as career advice. I totally understand it. I felt the same way. But I don't think that's a smart move. Yeah. Why don't transition flashes that leaves me blind? You can listen to Teletubbies theme on repeat. Yeah, I mean, that's your trigger, for example. Someone else might have something else. Yeah. I'd love to admit in the chat. Maybe. How do you fall asleep? The music covers your voice. Exactly. I turn my game sound off and use Nilaus' voice background instead of music. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. Like having something on the background, in the background. Sometimes when I'm listening to a stream, like this is also what, for example, when I'm after the stream ends and I'm sort of tinkering with something in the bass or something, then I like to have a stream on or a YouTube video, and if the music there is, then like, I love the stream, but I can't listen to this music, so sucks. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, people can always add their own music. That's also my argument. Like, why would I be your DJ? Like, unless there's something like I have an opinion about it. Like, oh, this number, like this reminds me of, and then we dug into the discussions and talk about this particular thing, and this reminds me of, oh, and this beat was taken from, and you know, whatever. But I'm not into it, so I couldn't be a good DJ anyway, and therefore you're probably a better DJ, and you probably know your own style of music better than I do. So, but not too loud, so I can hear my own music. Exactly. So I thought that's also how I do it. I keep the volume of the music pretty far down, also because even Factorio music sometimes get copyright strikes on. So not copyright strikes, but like demonetization, which sucks. Before playing the games, the reason I discovered you, by the way, is our go-to-bed soundtrack every night. Wife calls it Biffa Sleepy Bye Bye. Yeah, I completely understand it. Like, There are also some, like for example, Total Biscuit, rest in peace, had just an amazing voice, and I didn't care about what he was talking about, but it was just pleasant to listen to. And that's if you have a really good radio voice. I may have a face for radio, but I don't have a voice for radio, unfortunately. Another added bonus is that I can watch 2 streams at once without music playing from both. True. That's good. Only exception is when we played Factorio, and when the music, the special soundtrack came on, it was like, oh, I love this music. Had to turn it up just for that. Yeah, but I think a soundtrack is super important for a game, just to set the atmosphere. I actually today there was one of the tracks in the Factorio, and it just brought me back to right in the beginning, like that. That's incredible. I was sitting there tinkering and sort of in my own thoughts, and suddenly this music came on, and I was just brought back to the very early memories of Factorio, and it was just wonderful. I think it might be like A Search for Iron or something it's called, where it was like simpler times. And I have like one of my first sort of pictures of like memories of my first base is I built a train and then went over there with some green circuits and unloaded them into a single assembler with blue circuits, and I was like, nothing happens. Oh my god, I need so many. But the whole idea of having a train transport over to one assembler of blue circuit was just like, ooh, we've come a long way, haven't we? And just sitting there staring at it like, oh my god, I need 100 of those for the power armor. Damn, it's gonna take forever. Yeah. Minecraft music, yeah, I don't know. So maybe this got answered already a few times, but why aren't you using your face cam for YouTube videos so people would know who's speaking? Because it's a very deliberate thing. It's a good question, and it's been answered many times, but it's also something I haven't answered like the last week. With my content, first of all, there's a legacy thing, and then I sort of rationalized it afterwards because I could do it, but I choose not to. The thing is, for YouTube, the content is the most important thing. I don't talk about myself. I don't talk about my experience. I don't talk about my opinions. I just talk about the game we're playing. So therefore, it's less important who I am because I'm not so articulate. That's not relevant for my YouTube videos. It's not about me. It's about the product. The product is not me. Here on YouTube, on Twitch, where I'm live, the product is more me. As you can see, we still haven't gotten the show on the road yet, and there are still a few people hanging around. So having this talk without a camera wouldn't work, in my opinion, because you need to sort of see who's having these opinions and hear me, look at me scowl when I say something or whatever. So it makes sense when I give something of my personal self, which I do on live streams. Lurking Llama, thank you for the 27 months. Good day, fine sir. Loving the Masterclass blueprints. They have been working great. My playthrough. Keep up the great work. Thank you. So that's why. But I also, back in the days, I haven't done it in a while, and I really want to do it again. I did some monthly sort of check-ins about what's coming, what are we doing, a little bit of something else, and I'd like to do that again. And in that case, I had a face cam because I was sort of talking as myself. I was not sort of just a game. So that's the reason. I think it makes sense. I think it's the right way to do it. It feels natural for me. It also takes a lot of pressure off me for making YouTube videos because I know that I don't have to be on in the same way. I don't have to put on my makeup to because that's what I do. But it just kind of means that I can sort of roll out of bed and start recording. Calamandron, thank you for the 9 months. Have a good stream, thank you. So I have YouTube Premium. Our premium income worth it compared to ads for YouTube? Yeah, it is. It is. YouTube Premium is nice. It's. I think it's. On the other hand, I mean, my YouTube channel isn't making money on YouTube. Let's be perfectly honest. My YouTube channel is basically there to advertise my Patreon. I also make videos, of course, for all sorts of other purposes, but the main point, my main income on YouTube is not YouTube, it's Patreon. So it's not the ad revenue. It's minuscule, and then it's about like I think a quarter of the YouTube revenue is from premium. So it's not an insignificant amount. So YouTube seems unusable without premium. Oh, I don't have premium, so that does seem usable by me. So yeah, so it's something. For me, it's the highest priority is always Patreon. Patreon is the best way to support the channel and me, because it's a low cut, and it's stable. It's something I can rely on if I look at it, and then basically Twitch income, for example, goes all over the place. Like if it's a good month with hype trains for whatever reason, because of whatever game we play or whatever something, then it can be a good month, but the next month it's just going to be nothing. And that's super unreliable when it's your main source of income. But Patreon doesn't change much month to month. It changes like 5% up or 5% down, which is really nice because it looks like and feels like a salary. While YouTube is also like, if I was relying on YouTube, I'd be much more forced to chase clickbaits, which I'm notoriously bad at. So I'm happy like this. I think it makes sense. It's also because the way I make YouTube content, I want it to be exhaustive. So for example, today I released one video about mega-based military science. Oh my god, that's fucking boring. But I couldn't not make that video. Like, there's no way I could make that to be the most interesting video ever. I mean, maybe someone could, but I couldn't. And therefore, like, should I just skip it? And then someone would be like, whoa, you've made videos and you've made 11 out of the 12 science. And I'll be like, yeah, but the 12 science was boring, so I skipped it. I'm like, that's not how I do stuff. And therefore, sort of, yeah, I have to also put the boring episodes in, because I need to make sure that there's sense of completeness. I just let Patreon roll. It's just $5. Exactly, Nevikar. Thank you. That is such a big. This is basically what you just said is basically my business plan. This is my business model. I just let Patreon roll. It's just $5. That is my business model. I incentivize people to pledge with blueprints and save games, and then people go like, oh, it's $5. That's nothing. I mean, I watch it once in a while, and it's nice, and sure, I don't mind. And that's what pays the bills on my end. So thank you. Anytime I say these kind of things, I always sort of be like, oh, but that doesn't mean I'm not happy about gift subs or anything like that. It's just like, if there's one thing that sort of above, everything is nice, but one thing that's the nicest, then that's the Patreon, because I just let a Patreon roll. It's just $5, literally that, or sometimes more, but mostly $5. Cool. With that note, I think we read to a new follower. What was your full-time job before you started doing this? Whew, okay, you just don't want to watch us play Factorio, do you? Hello, source code. I was a senior manager in one of the largest freight forwarding companies in the world. My responsibility was the European road business, so all IT for the road business. So basically, I was playing Factorio, but with 20,000 trucks scattered around Europe instead of here. So yeah, it needs a command. I mean, it's not like maybe it's once a month or maybe once every 3 months I go through it. So yeah. And yeah, it was on surface it sounded like a great logistic job because I am a logistics engineer, but it wasn't. It was Outlook, it was PowerPoint, it was basically, yeah, those were the main ones: Outlook and PowerPoint and meetings, and just kind of getting yelled at. So it wasn't really sort of the core business. The core business was interesting, but I was not doing the core business, and no one really was. That was the problem. So yeah. Yep. So I had the whole career thing until I was 39, and then I bailed and thought this is it. I'm gonna do something else. If it doesn't work for a year, then I can always come back and get a real job. And now 7 years later, still doing it. Well, 6.5 years later, 6.5 years of full time. So, yep. I leave the tab open so you get turbo. I don't run ads on Twitch. I don't like that. I think they're annoying. Get deadlocks often? Nope. But containers had a tendency to end up in Norway and Finland. I'm 39 and thinking the same thing. Yeah, that's called midlife crisis, except I don't think I'm going to be... Well, it's 78. Yeah, probably. Maybe. But whatever. It's around that time when you're like... For me, it was at a point when my career... I don't know if it had peaked. I could probably pursue it further, but I was sort of... It was a job that by all accounts I could be proud of in terms of achievements. I had a big team, a huge responsibility, and it was like a prestigious job and a good salary and all that stuff, but I fucking hated it. So it was like all the other things that were good about it suddenly sort of started paling, and they were like, why am I going to do this for the next 30 years? Like, what am I doing here? Why? That's, and yeah. Yeah. Can you do it full time? Please continue living the dream on our behalf. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah. One of my sub runs out. Yeah, Mirage, there's on Twitch, you either run pre-roll ads or you run ads. So sort of on an hourly basis. So if I want, you can't disable pre-roll ads. So you will only get pre-roll ads. But you won't get ads like in the middle of me talking or playing, then you won't get ads, no matter if you have a subscription or not. But you will get it when you join the stream in the beginning. If I want to disable the pre-roll ads, then I have to run 3 minutes of ads every hour. I'm not going to do that. Also because then it's me shoving it down your throat. While if I don't do something, then it's Twitch shoving it down your throat. And I'd prefer it to be Twitch shoving it down your throat instead of me going like, oh, sorry, I have to run ads now. And then it's like, oh, it's me. So, biggest oopsie in that job. I don't know. I can't even. That would also be like a bigger topic to go into. I think that's I don't know. There's nothing that just comes to mind. 3 minutes is way too long, especially all at once. Oh, but you can go all the way up to 12 minutes every hour with the slider. Let me just see how bad it can get. Monetization, ads. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, how many minutes of ads do you want per hour? Oh, it slides all the way up to 22.5 minutes. It's insane. It's insane. And I get 30% of the ad revenue. Unless I roll at least 3 minutes of ads, then I unlock 55% net revenue, right? 22.5 minutes. 22 every hour. That's insane. That's half the time as ads. 22 hours during was the old TV model. That's so crazy. Like okay. They could go up to 60 minutes. Yeah, just this channel, just ads. There's never anything else. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, there was a good long comment here. I've been... Stop saying something. It's scrolling the chat. I've been retired. Military. For getting close to a decade now, and I can't imagine getting a real job. At this point, just to go back to the grind, I have to be a passion thing for me, but thankfully I'm in a position where I don't wonder I'm going to make parent. That is really nice. That's good that you're taken care of in that regard. That's also like an ambition of me for me is to at some point be financially independent of putting out YouTube videos, so that it becomes like something I want to do if I want to do. But it's like not really panning out like this. Yeah. So, do your kids watch your videos? Nope, they don't. My son was like, "Oh, I can't figure out how to do oil and how to do coal in Satisfactory." I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I know a guy who makes YouTube videos about this. Like, oh yeah. I am not going to tell you. I'm just going to send you a link to one of my many coal videos in Satisfactory. Like, come on, you cannot sit here and complain about not being able to set up coal in this family. And he was like, "Oh, but I'd prefer the spaghetti." I was like, "That's it. You're out. I disown you. We don't do spaghetti in the house here." How old are they? My daughter is 15 and she's at boarding school now. My son has just turned 13 and he's the gamer. So you could be a source who can make him watch your videos and click on all the ads. Yes, it's probably not gonna make it. Anyway, I want to get into the game if you guys don't mind. We can always just keep talking, and I really encourage that we do this because I love these chats. They just kind of taper off as we go into the game for some reason. So, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because I've also sort of offered that sort of recommended some games that he should get, but unfortunately he has PC problems right now. So I'm helping him. I'm taking his gaming laptop to for repairs on Tuesday. I'm also taking my PC for repairs because it's running hot, and I need to sort of figure out what's wrong with it before the next game comes out. So, well. I think that this is the last of the YouTube videos. And then all I need is like the last builds. We already have those, but it's not in this save game. So what I want to do in this save game is I want to go back to Novice. And then from there, we are going to start making spaceships or figure out how to do spaceships. Because I think that's the first thing I want to do is try to figure out what kind of... what would a spaceship look like? Go. Oh, it takes forever without any any productivity. Another question that hasn't been answered the last week. Long or narrow? What do you want? What? No, I don't know what you talk about. What was the strategy for naming those save games? Oh, right, that's simple. That's the most logical thing in the world. Megabase, episode number, and then E if it's the end of the episode, M is in the middle of the episode, and S if it's the start of the episode. So I sometimes get stuff prepared and then write it as 11S. That means it's the 11th episode start. And then I record, and then maybe if I have some checkpoints in the middle, I do a save game there as well, so I can roll back to it if something comes out. And then I do the end, and therefore it'll always be the one with end. Then I increment it for each version, and then if I start a live stream, then it gets a dot here. Or if it's the other way around, then it's usually, I increment the last part when I'm playing by myself. So for example, you can see this one was the end of the last stream, and then I started incrementing it by myself, sort of playing it off camera. And then I started recording episode 11. And then I actually realized that it's actually episode 12, but whatever. So that's my naming convention. Super logical. How many saves do you keep on your PC? Yes, all of them. All of them. Almost all of them. But the thing is, like, I upload most of the saves to Google Drive, so I have everything for patrons. Like, it goes way back. Like, just kind of interested just now that we... Season 7 is the first one. which is 2017. So I have save games all the way back to 2017. Also, community map. We had weekly, monthly community maps. Also, October 17. Summer 2017. Wow. Nilaus Community Death World. Interesting. Oh, Marathon Automation. That's actually my season 6. Angel Bob multiplayer. Yes. No, Marathon Automation was season... Excessive Automation... I don't know. Season 7 saved. There's one save. So yeah, it goes way back. How much space does it take? I'm gonna just... nothing. Trivial. Inconsequential. Here's one thing that I really should be doing. There. And can we launch now? Have you ever looked at the old bases? How did things back then? No, but then I do. Yes, I have. I did not long ago. I wanted to find out when the first reference to city block was. And because there was someone who claimed that it wasn't me who invented it, and they was like, all right, I have YouTube proof from 2017 that this is the first mentioning of it. And the saves from the Factorio point 16. Yes, it's all the way back to point 13. See, this ship is nice, but it's the cheapest ship you can make, basically. We need to make one that's bigger. Add a space platform, and then it's like medium freighter. There. And we dropped the planet. It's not because we have to be on ours, it just feels better. Where's your megabase with 1 million SPM? Well, it's there. Right there. It's a mod run. This is not a run. This is a workshop session where we do designs for upcoming masterclasses. In my newest stream tune, and then occasionally set trend, so I set it to 8080. Yes, you're right. I think that's correct. I think that's good. Oh my god, it's slow. Even yeah. Okay, so we need to do another design. I wonder how we do design work in whoops. How do we do design the fastest on in creative mode? Because I don't think we need to do all of this. Oh, it's such an aesthetic base. Bloop. There. And that one. Okay, so this just kind of works. Oh no, not like this. You get 100 at a time. Okay, but still, this is fast. Okay, so let's see. Here, the design principles for this spaceship is going to be only the asteroid collectors will be allowed to be uncommon quality, because they are so good uncommon quality, and I don't want to build something that relies on having higher quality. So I want to design something that is as small as possible and fast, and yeah, some kind of, yeah. Is Gleba done for now? Of course. Yes, there's one more YouTube video that's coming on Thursday for Gleba, and then we're done with that. Do you think to make a spaceship blueprint that includes a mall? No. No. First of all, mall, no. And second of all, no. Because anything that relies on stone, you can't build anyway. So that's a hell of a lot of things, which means that you have something that if you could do everything, then sure, maybe that could be like an appeal to it. But since you can't do all the stuff that requires stone or stone brick or concrete, then that's kind of a lot of things that you can't do. And therefore, it just becomes a half-assed thing anyway. Yeah, so, I mean... No, I don't think it... I think that at this point, because the ships are slow, and the ships are slow, and the grabbers, the collectors are not very good, then we're not really getting enough, and there's not a lot of productivity, so it's just not going to be very efficient in terms of sort of getting masses of resources. When we're up there with legendary stuff and get 300% productivity, it's awesome. It's super nice. But that's not the case where we're at right now, so yeah. Okay, so what I want to do is we want to figure out how big is it going to be. You could import stone from volcanoes. Yes, I could import stone from volcanoes. But why am I importing stone if I'm importing something from volcanoes to make the whole thing work? Like, why am I not just having volcanoes do everything and then importing the stuff I need and flying it to where I need it? Like, it's this is a Danish expression. You're crossing the river to get water. Like, if you have to import stone in order to build everything without going anywhere, like, you just literally had to import stone anyway, and you still have to import the stuff that's local to each planet, and you can't make electromagnetic plants because they have to be made here. You can't make everything anyway. So it becomes like, oh, it's so great that you can have a spaceship that can make everything asterisks. It's not actually everything. It's about 80%. So you still have to do all the normal stuff. Now you just kind of built something extra. So. Move your research labs to Gleba. No, because then you can't use biolabs. And we're definitely going to, after Gleba, you go back and make biolabs. So. For that video, to see what's the best way to deal with transporting moldy science. Just throw it in there. I haven't actually done that, so yeah. So anyway, the tech level of this is going to be yes to that one. There, done. Because we are going to use the good version. I think that I would love to be able to use Productivity Module 3, but I don't think that's something we can rely on because it's actually a little bit difficult to get. We'd have to do an episode about this, and I think I want to, at this point in the series, to do spaceship designs. This one. Carrying coal to Newcastle. Okay, yeah, okay. That's a very specific one. You have to know that Newcastle is a coal mining city, presumably. The benefit I see is less about not needing imports, but more about being able to fly the ship over a planet and drop loads of belts and assemblers and beacons, saving the need to send those, which is far less. Being said, I agree with you, right? Crafting conditions. You can't craft belts. You have to craft belts on volcanoes. So, no. Like, the most basic thing is belts, and you can't even do that. This one surprisingly can be built anywhere, but yeah, good luck transporting jelly anywhere other than Gleba. So, yeah, so it can't be done. Just can't be done because you can't even do belts, which is the most important thing to do. And even if you could do belts, you would still have to get the tungsten up into the spaceship to do it. So, right. Anyway, so let's start by figuring out how big do we want the spaceship. Like this? Like 9? Or is that too fat? Don't bring wood to the forest. Yes. Okay, and then we definitely also need some of these. If we make it like this, we can jump over it. The spaceship, it has to be ammo based. I think this is too wide. This is not a ship for Aquilo. This is a fast hauler for inner planets. So I think that maybe it's too fat. There. It's maybe more like this we want. Yeah, so not an Aquilo ship. Do you have a top speed in mind? No, I don't. It's just kind of... this is 20 inventory size, so... might actually look at... the inner planet freighter. Okay, so this one's actually powered with solar panels. I mean, it kind of has to be powered with solar panels, because there's no other way. And solar panels also have to be... that's the only one I also allowed to be uncommon. I would recommend making it rare, but I didn't want to say it's uncommon. Like, maybe I should start with this design and then strip it apart. Because this one works okay. It just has some fundamental big giant flaws. I mean, we can redesign this one. Okay, so this one has a small inner circle of loop. And I don't think I like that. I'd like it to be a bigger loop. And I don't want it to have like any kind of teardrop shape. It's just going to be a square. A boring square. Because that's me. So let's look at the front independently of what it's going to be like. I'm kind of looking at this size. Of course, we have to remember that this one is always a thing. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. So maybe this is the width. I don't know. There. Let's see. Will lasers be at all viable for having nuclear and fusion power? No. Fusion lasers are not a thing. That requires fusion power. And we have just completed, the tech level is, we've just landed on Gleba, and we have unlocked the important tech. Like, this is assuming this tech. This is the tech that enables the new spaceship design for me. Because this makes all the difference. Right. So, because we have this design, now it's a different type of design we can make, which is better than the previous one. But we're also going to take a little bit of a break. So this is Masterclass, and it's going to be like .1 there. So we start a new incrementation here, and then we're going to take a 2-minute break. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay. Let's go. Just hit a level 11 8 lasers. Yeah, but that's also like kind of expensive. Oops, what's this? Clever? Ah, someone forgot to put some of these in here. Why are we not able to just make it? Are we not in? Oh, there we go. Let's do this.
Our illustrious champion. Welcome home.
Cannot close into wetlands. Annoying. So where are they? They're here. Anyone else killing? Any more killing going on? No? Good. Let me casually ignore everything else and just hope that it doesn't get worse. Blueprints work better. Yeah, this side is also going to get attacked. There. That's probably going to do it for now. Okay. Back to space. And Testificator, thank you for the 33 months. Right. So I think this is kind of the idea. How much space do we have? This is a little bit on the low side. If you want to get it... Oh, there we go. If you want to do this, then it's not much space to get by here. We could also do something like this. Then it's easier to... Oops. Jump past this. So I basically want to do the same thing. I want this to be the engine part, the fuel part, and this to be the ammo part. Hold on. Something. Alright, we're back. That was just my son who was suddenly saying something to the cat, and apparently the cat was on the kitchen table, which he knows he's not allowed to, but he thought he could get away with it, and then trying to crawl out the window. So, that was why. Yep. Nope. Nothing serious, just kind of... And if you have uncommon asteroid, you could also try the uncommon cargo base. Not sure how much big... Yeah, I don't want to assume that, but I can say, like, if you have that, then you have more space. Perfect. But I don't want to assume that because it's not as important. It just gives you a little more space, and space in the beginning isn't really that big of a deal. You have plenty with this. So, I think that's how I want it. Loving the masterclass. Hello. And see, things the one thing I'm struggling a bit with is mining outposts on Navis and the train configuration to make steady flow of resources come in before launching any rockets. Any tips? I have a very simple. For before launching rockets, you really shouldn't need that much additional space. Like, I wouldn't even bother to set up trains, I think. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. You really don't need a lot. If you're, let's have a look at Navis just to sort of gauge here. So if we go on a map view, like, this is obviously a very much design base, and you basically can just go build outpost out here. But honestly, for the base of this size, then yeah, you need this location, you need this location, this location, this location. But there's also the option of just going like, you know, these 4 million copper, could I just drag them in as belts in here? And that might be fine. Or you could sort of build out here. And like trains here, I built a really simple train network, and maybe I should, but the thing is, my train network is not utilizing all the cool stuff that's now added, and that makes it less good, I think, for most people. They would be like, no, you should use the new feature because it's new. And I'm like, I tried it and I just don't like it. I just don't like the interrupts. I like having a clean overview of saying, okay, I have 6 trains on copper, I have 6 train, or for this train, 4 trains on copper, 6 trains on iron. That's what I have. That's what I need. And then I know that works. Instead of having 13 trains for everything, and they kind of have to figure it out themselves, I hope, maybe, kind of. And it just seems like a really fragile part. And if one thing runs out, then it's, yeah, I I really don't like it. Or it seems like it's an overcomplicated way to make a pretty simple train system, because what I'm doing is a pretty simple train system, so I don't need it to be very advanced. It's basically just go out there, and then wait at those locations until there's a position open, and these locations here, I'll just keep them open. Train limit 2, that's all I need. Just 2 trains allowed to come in here. And then basically, I think the simplest part of it is the trains go back and forth, go to a copper location, come back to the location. Like, go between those 2, that's it. And this one says maximum of 2. And then you just say, okay, I have 2 copper train stations, then I need 4 copper trains. Done. 3 iron unloaders, 6 iron trains. Done. Or if you want to have a lot more, then you can put 9 in, and then you change the number to 3. But, and then they're just going to be sitting out here, waiting until there's an open spot and go in. It's super simple. But maybe, yeah. It'd be way more expensive before increasing schedule are worth the extra fragility. Yes, thank you. It's very much sort of from a development perspective that you build in fragility or complexity, and you're not gaining anything from that additional complexity. Like the whole idea of like, oh, the train's going to go back and forth, and then once it runs out of fuel, then it's going to go over there, and then once it, but then, like, no. When it comes back to your base, it's going to get refueled because it's your base. And of course, if you make like something like factory towns where they're sort of all over the place, but they're like, okay, but you chose to do that. Then you chose to build in complexity. Fine, because there's nothing in the game that says that this is like, there's nothing in the game that even encourages you to make it that complicated. You really need very little in terms of trains, and you only need it on Novice. So, new oil product, brake fluid. Yeah, maybe. What about the thoughts that of normal to rare, rare to legendary? Don't know what you mean by the thoughts, and that's a big topic. I mean, yes, I want to use rare quality at some point, but that's after we unlocked all the planets, in my opinion. I don't think it's worth doing it before, because we don't have a scale to do it. Back to here. Yeah, so I think the trains are, unfortunately, a lot less interesting now than they used to be. Okay, let's continue. Let's do this. Right, we are going to make a design like this, and we're going to get a beacon. We don't have these higher quality beacons, so... Oh, we also need some solar panels. Let's get those in first. Great, this is exactly how they will be in the final version. Good. It's kind of odd that belts don't require power. It would break the game. The game is not designed towards it. Then you'd have to have power done in a different way. It feels a bit like using circuit network instead of LTN before 1.0. Cool if you enjoy fiddling with it, but not a plug-and-play solution. Yes, I think so too. It's not as complicated, but yeah. Okay, so... I'm going to design this from scratch for two reasons. Mainly because I like designing it from scratch. So, this one will be like outside. But what about the water though? Wrong one. How much is this? This is 389 per second. Oh my god, that's nothing. I thought it would be way more. And these are consuming 120. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 120. Okay, 840. So this is not even enough. I kind of need 2 of these on either side. This one has an interesting idea for the engine part. That is almost keeping this fully stocked, which I think is nice. So then the question becomes, how do we beat this? This will be ice cubes, and this could be ice cubes. There you go, that's much better. Then they are all affected. But this cannot get another input. But it could be a little bit further out, which is weird, but it could be. They're still all affected by that beacon. There you go, now you are. I'm just brainstorming here, so bear with me. Cubes. The question is then whether this is enough ice or water for this. I don't think so. This. Is that connected? I still need the other thing coming in. Definitely not enough ice cubes. Definitely this is enough of this, yeah. Enough water, barely. Well, that's actually a bit of leeway, but this one is not good. You can consume 2.5, you can consume 2, so it's 4.4. This one can only produce nothing. Yeah. What if this one isn't in here? But the belt here could be exactly those two things. Kill this. Just desperately trying to figure out what I want to do here. Yeah. Yeah. So this one goes in one side and these go out on the other side, but they are actually the wrong direction because now this would have priority, which is definitely not what I want. So I need these two to swap somehow. This will only put on the belt when there is room for it. And this one couldn't be simplest as this. Because it's an inside and this one goes on the outside. Yes. Now we don't need this to be that far apart. We can get it a little bit closer. Don't know if this is a dead end. I'm investigating. It feels like a dead end because this... But how do I get stuff inbound then? Oh dear. Yeah. That's no good. Because I need to have like a belt up here, which is the main belt, rotational belt thingy. Then these two might actually be better off like this. This one goes out. So that only goes out when there's room for the other one. Yes, okay. And then... this is actually a pretty efficient build. Space-wise, like this. Oh yeah. Look at that. That's very efficient space-wise. Right, and that means we get something in and out, and the out is... there. Okay. That gets us... gets us a nice list down here. If we could do the same thing over on the other side, just with these two. Why is this not powered? Weird. Oh, because this is... no, I don't know why. There. Fine. Get back to where we were before. Okay, so, and then go. That will then be iron ore, and this one will be carbon. Yep. And these also need... but they also need a beacon. Otherwise this is useless. So this is a nice compact build. The question is, can I make it beaconized? Can I beaconize it? No. Lovely. Problems. It has to. So how do we get this even closer? Well, I guess the answer is that it has to do something like this. Then it can affect. Now that suddenly takes a lot of space here. All because this can't be used. That could be like this, but still. Right hand side in the direction of travel. Wrong side. But this one doesn't care, so I could do flip the whole damn thing. Right? So that works. Now they can get even closer somehow. Yeah, I don't like this. Oh, maybe. Because this one is very wide, so if I do this, it's not actually going to take more space. Yeah, I don't do belt weaves unless it's Promethean, where we don't really have a choice. But I like this, right? They're somewhat the same size, right? Lanes are flipped. Yeah, sure. This is, we're only looking at this one yet, so but I could also just take this and flip it at this point, because now it's no longer relying on that. So there we go. This one. Okay. I think this could now be moved a little bit up.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
No, these don't get this. And this one is just a calcite. Carbon gets blocked by underground. Yes, it does. No, not anymore. It's just a way to force it on the inside. It's a little weird. There. But then the question, do I want this first? Or do I maybe want this at the end and then try to get a little bit different design here? Because then I could take this up pretty close. Then this doesn't have to be here anymore. This could be one down. All right. Compacting. Compacting. This one does not affect the second one, which is fine, because I'm going to get another one that goes down here. Like that. Which will then feed these. Something like this, right? This one down doesn't need to go there. There. And it's not high enough quantity to actually matter. Do we like this? No, they can't output. Because this stupid thing is... There you go. I just needed to make sure that I always have it. This one's working continuously? Why are you not working? Oh, because you're really, really slow. Oh, because this one is not actuated. There we go. That's why. Okay, so let me do this and build again. Oh, I have forgotten one thing, and that's the literal output. We also need output, yes. Yeah,
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you, greatly appreciated. Who might that be? Shagon Games and Music. Thank you. Here. This is not good. Not good at all. I mean, could technically do something like this.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Oh, so close. So close. But this could also be... Yeah. It would have to be down here. And then you could be up here. But still do the same thing, but it'll just reach a little bit further down. And if I did that, then these could go out here. And I could actually get you into that one. Which means this whole damn thing would be a little bit interesting. Like that. There's a lot of dead space here. Sentinel, thank you for the 37 months. Water should flow center and fuel outside. Good point. Great point. Great point. I think that's a good idea. Let's see if that works. Yeah, much nicer. They have to be opposite like this. And then there is absolutely nowhere that this... okay, I could kind of do it the same way here. You could go down there. But this has to jump over. It's just that then I can connect them like this, which I think is important. Yeah. Is that a good idea? Does that even work? Nope. This one. Here. This is not useless. Not awful. Top camera plant can be symmetrically long-handed inserter. That would give... like this. I guess. Which is actually interesting because what happens now is that... that's the thing, which means... this becomes plausible. And if that becomes plausible, then suddenly you are actually also affecting that, which means that we are having way too much. Like now this is too high. 888. But that's like what I really want. But that requires 100 water and one of each of these. You can definitely make one of those. You can definitely make one of those. Can you make... 100 water. In order for us to make 100 water, we need 4.4 of these. That's not a problem here. Plus this one. I mean, it's a lot of blow through, but it's not assembler constrained. Like, it's not the machines that constrain it. So that's interesting. Hype train incoming. Random hype train. And a water tank. Yeah, water tank should actually be in here, but now I don't have space for a water tank. But it needs to be somewhere. This is making 51. Yeah, okay, so these are really bad. Hey, Hey, Nextree, thank you for the 34 months. Calcite limited, probably yes. This one needs 1 calcite, and you can make 1 calcite if you get enough, exactly. Interesting. Let's take these out here. There. So now it'll never fill up and it'll just always run. And then if I do this. So we'll have like an infinite supply. The water tank go in the center and be used as a bridge between both sides. Now, it'll need undergrounds, and then this underground would have to start here and then it would end here, so, you know. So yeah, this is... Can you rotate the oxide crusher? Then I don't have this opportunity, and it then stretches out. This one is sort of in line, this one is stretching a little bit out, so then I start encroaching area out here, which I don't know what's going to be used, so it's probably just solar panels. I do need have some excess water, and at the end of the day, if it has to be sort of a little bit of a inconvenient place, then so be it. But let's try this. That's a perfect match. Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect. It takes 1 space more, but it's not much. Remove space between the chemical plants? No, because then this one can't bridge underneath. It'll have to be different configuration. Okay. Why is this one not working? Calcite. But this one's faster, or what? Now you're working. It is interesting if I look at this. Then if I look at the calcite. Oh wow. How is this? Oh, because you lost your beacon. Damn it. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh, looks so good. But no. And if I did this, then you cannot jump in like the other one. Maybe you can actually. So now it is exactly hitting that corner. This is affected by 1 beacon. So this is better because it works. The other one did not work, but I think it's good. Let's start over here, so we make sure that we get a fresh start. 60 seconds on this glorious, amazing hype train. It's actually a pretty clever way of just making sure that I have enough on the belt. This one. And now I try again. A very, very minuscule surplus, which means that it'll take a little bit of time to scale up. Or to get to a point where all of them are working. Yeah, Twitch started the train, yeah. Actually, September starts. Isn't September actually started? I think September has actually started, so... Yeah, no. That sucks. We don't have Factorio on September. This is a nice design. The main belt with asteroid won't be a risk of it clogging up in an event where, for example, there's not enough ice asteroid to destroy. No, that's not. We solve that in a different way. We don't grab things in. We want to make sure this belt is not full. Tomorrow, I got a message earlier that started 2 days ago, but subs seem to cost the same as always. Oh, maybe it's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like whatever. I don't know. That's all I can say. It's weird that this one just kind of pipeline content and then... Oh, right, okay. There, this is what I want. I want to just be able to produce. Good. So I like this. It gives us plenty of room here. Let's look at the front side, because we're going to basically say that it's guaranteed that this somehow will be used for power-ish. Something like this, right? We can do the finer details. We also need to get some things down here. If I do this part, I kind of want that to be the edge. Okay. Then we can do something like this, is the basic formula for this, actually. And then how do we get this further down? Ooh, see, this is no good. It actually needs to be one further out. Because, yeah. Really don't need a lot down here, but we do need something. How do you get into editor mode? Okay, let me just kind of show you, because I think it's... so, editor mode, you go to your level, and then sometimes you're in editor mode, and other times you're actually still in... If you have this up here, you're actually still in map mode, so just hit escape, and then you're in the editor mode on the space platform. I need to figure out what I'm going to do about this. There's also the option of doing something silly like... And then this just basically goes out in a tiny belt that goes in here, for example. Because I don't really need a lot, but why not? Like, I don't like this, but I also sort of... whatever. Let's take these out. And just kind of say, up front we just want ammo belt. Obviously not like this, but the idea is there. So now we have to figure out what is the design we're going to do. Are we going to leverage this as part of our design? I don't know. Because there is a really good design already. Let's make another space platform. Bloop. Version 3. Don't know why that's better, but that's the version 3. So this thing here is not stupid, I think. There's a little bit of stupid, but not entirely stupid. So I chose not to use productivity here and no beacons. I don't think I agree with myself on this one. I think... Oh, right. I think I know why. That's because power cannot keep up. That's the problem. This is all nice and good, but we're fucked when it comes to power. Yeah, I forgot that. It's pre-fusion, and I would also... I would like it to be pre-nuclear as well. Because nuclear on a spaceship is really annoying to deal with. It just... I don't know. How much power are you producing here? Oh, right. It's 60, and then it's plus 30%. And then it's multiplied by 3 over novice, for example. That's when it's 234. And then how many do we have? How much is this taking? 1 megawatt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 megawatts. And this one is 7 megawatts here. And this one is... Ooh, this is expensive. Wow. 2, 4, 6. This is another 10. So this here is 17 megawatt of power. And how many do we have yet? Times just 23 right now. That's 5 megawatt of power, and this thing here consumes 18. Or was it 17? Yeah, it's not really adding up, is it? Streamer, I know it's quite easy and convenient. Thank you. It may be... because the nuclear power is just 40 megawatts. Done. Only if it constantly works. The buffers... Yeah, but the problem is it might be working quite a lot because I want it to be a fast ship. So I want it to be supporting. So... Is this what we want? Do we want to go nuclear for these inner planet ships? It's not great because that means that every ship has to come by to Navis to pick up, or I need to make absolutely sure that every planet has nuclear fuel. Once you go nuclear, it's a small jump to laser only, both simplicity and same ammo space. No, that's not true. Lasers require a lot of research, and that's something we can't just assume that we have when we hit this. So it adds a lot of simplicity, but I can't assume lasers at this point. I don't think nuclear is the right choice. I think that's confusing myself too much. But then this entire design is completely null and void because there's no way I can support this. Then it would be having to be something like this and go, okay, well, yeah. Oh, right, I'm not in creative mode. And now this is taking... This was 2.5 and it's 1.4, so 1.4, 1.4. 1.43 times 4. And each of these is now 6, 8. Plus... Oh. Damn it. Someone is... I hate this. A new keyboard has been added, and that means when I hit some random shortcut, it changes keyboard. And I've been luckily spared for that, but now it's back, and I can't... You can't uninstall a keyboard for some reason. Times... I can't, at least. It doesn't. Zoom efficiency 3? Yeah, we might be able to. Plus 2 times 480. That's the beacons. Ah, right. 0.10. No, it's Windows space. Alt Shift maybe, which is something that's gonna happen all the time. So what about now? Oh no! I deleted my calculation. Laser damage 5 for 130 kilometers per second, hardly a hard ask. Yeah, but 130 kilometers per second is definitely not what I want to do. No foundry for iron. That's a great point. Definitely not what I want to do. Because that's the... I'm not making this ship and this fuel to run it at 130. I'm doing that to run it at 300 plus. This is a good point. So I'm just going to kill this and just start over. Ironium. Good. But this might also be, like, sure, I'd like this, but this one can produce 8.6 per second, right? And I need 0.6. So even if this... Let me just try something, because this is the majority of the cost here. What if these are just... That one we maybe want to keep, because otherwise it's not fast enough. Let's look at this and see if we are keeping up. Ice is keeping up. This is keeping up. All of it is keeping up, so it's all good. And then it uses significantly less power. This one is now using 1.24 instead of the 2.5. So this is better. This is still expensive. Doesn't the old ship meet the requirements? Ore processing tech. We have access to this one. So we get calcite, which means we can bet better research and we can get the better recipe here. So that makes a huge difference. Where is the tech? That's funny. Why do we not see that tech? The difference here. 2 iron becomes 75. 2 iron becomes 1.5, 1,500. Monstrously more effective. So yeah, as soon as you have it, yep. We are designing an inner planet freighter, not because there are no rocket turrets here. So let's not go there. But why are we? Yeah. Kind of want this, but I don't know if that's a good idea, or I'm pretty sure it's a bad idea with the power thing. Because now this is consuming... But you can make 9.6%. That's really not a lot. You can consume 12, so... it just gets worse by putting more of this in. But of course it uses less of that one. But, you know, I can... We can do that. I think that's actually fine. But we do need to get rid of the ice somehow. Calcite. This one will output on the inside of the belt. So this one has to output on the outside of the belt. Oh, right. Not really happening. Let's have a look at this as a simple thing. So there's a deficit of iron, but I don't have enough power here. Oh, stop that annoying music, so-called music. Output crusher both on the outside. Yes, this is actually true. These ones have to be output on the inside then. Like that. I know that this is not working, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, these are not going to run very often. This one is the only one I want to speed up. But I also don't have power anymore. This is consuming at 12.5, so I think I need 2 of these. I guess 13.1. Doesn't have to be fully scaled. What is this? This is still 160%. Oh, wow. What is it now? Now it's 9.3. And what was it with one speed module? Then it's 11. Oh, that's a small improvement. Those speed modules absolutely suck. Okay, so this means that we're producing at 9 per... we only produce these per 3 per second. I don't know. This is a nice module, though. Then the only thing we need more space for is... what? Power? Solar panels. It's just solar panels all the way. Look at the solar! Woo! Woo, solo. Oh, right. We also kind of need some collectors. Aha. I thought there was something missing up front and just on the side as well. We do need some collectors. I don't think I want collectors down here. Yeah. Huh. What about grabbers? No, I don't need it. I have infinite thingies here. Yeah. Okay, I like this design. I don't like how much power it consumes. Here is that this is the next big ship milestone tech before Fusion and Aquila. Yeah, this is the thing, right? What I noticed in my other Let's Play, I'm going to take a break in a sec, is that I ended up having these inner planet freighters just working efficiently for very long. So I want to make a replacement for this, which is just chugging along, bringing things between the inner planets, and that will be the majority of the work that we need to be done anyway. It's just sort of, we need some plastic from Gleba to Volcanus, we need some whatever. Like, all the things need to be done. So taking the early game freighter and then saying, hey, we got new tech that is primarily this tech here, the advanced crushing, and once we have that, we can make a better ship. It's faster, it has better storage, and so let's make it that. That's the idea of it, and this is why I'm making this. And this will basically run for the rest of the game. I want this to be something you can build it and then really just forget about it. You don't need to deal with anything except that when you're just dealing with the inner planets. Then, yeah, sure, we can then make a generic ship as we have done, like this transport corvette. Let's take this one instead. No, this also has wings. Okay. This is a generic ship that can go anywhere and really efficiently. Awesome. Candyman, thank you for the 14 months. And this is just for convenience that we just stamped down one ship, but this is also fully legendary. But the inner planet freighter is just a really convenient ship. If we can make it, then we don't need to deal with it anymore, because this is just gonna chug along and be happy and not worried about it anymore. And then the next one is the outer planet frigate or freighter, whatever, which we'll also redesign. So that's the plan. Good. I'm going to take a break. We're just going to take a save. Take a save. Be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back. So, yes, it's not sort of about how useful it is, it's about sort of one of the things that can take really long time during a Factorio playthrough is redesign, which is, of course, sometimes it's the fun part of redesigning, but it can also be a little bit tedious when you have so many things, so many planets, so many products, that you have to redesign things all the time. And therefore, for me, it's about finding interesting breakpoints where, oh, here is something that we have now unlocked that makes this design redundant, or no, obsolete. And we can now take a step up that makes a big step up, and then that's what we want to do. So this is exactly what we do. We have our initial light freighter, which is the cheapest ship that can fly between the inner planets you can do. But it's not great. It's not fast, it doesn't have a lot of storage, and it's a little bit fragile. Because it also needs quite a long time standing at a planet, refilling the ammo before it's ready to fly out again. So it's not a good ship, but it's a cheap ship. So the first objective is get a cheap ship that can get you safely to between the first planets. Awesome, we do that. The next step is get a ship that can go fast, reliable, low turnaround time between the inner planets. And when I design that at this point because I have I have unlocked the advanced processing here, the advanced thruster oxidizer, and the advanced asteroid processing. So once we have that, there is a big step up in power level, and we can then make a ship that will last you for the rest of the game. That will take care of all your stuff internal. You can still get a better ship, faster, bigger storage, no ammo, but laser turrets, all that stuff. But this is not now. So for me, it's about sort of when are the natural tiers of doing a redesign that will last a long time. And that this, I feel, is a great time to build it. Also because when we have all the inner planets unlocked, then we start having a lot of things carried back and forth between the different planets. And as that happens, yeah, this makes sense to actually support it. Yeah. So it kind of, yeah, this is why I do this. Do you want to throttle the thrust for efficiency? Maybe, but I'd like it to go fast. And maybe I want to throttle it, maybe I don't. I have a little bit of space here for doing that, but we can just set a max velocity and stuff, and we'll see. It's an option, but it's also an option not to. Right, so what I need to do is I need to set up some... I just need to take this out. This confuses me. Oops. Yeah. So what I've also noticed is that I think, therefore I am, as Descartes would say. That one. And that one. Those are good locations. And then this is a good location. Now what? This is so weird, like why this happens. And then we have this issue again. There. I think this actually gives us enough coverage. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's enough coverage. Yeah, that's a problem. I would like to be able to have this as well, but maybe we can do this. would also have to be something like this. Reason for that is it has to output right before the majority of the consumption. We need like a small thing here and there on the outsides. Me just now learning Daisy in them. Yep. Oh yes. So is this enough? I don't know. Maybe. Depends on how much we can expect to have in terms of power here. 8 projectile. This is only 2,000. We can expect to have that, right? Not 4,000? Probably not. Let's do this. Set it on a test flight. I do need to figure out a way to do this better because these don't have a way to get stuff into the belt here. This could go one out, which don't think it actually hurts to do that. This one, I guess this could also go one out, but that I kind of don't dislike. Ugh, that's not great. And then these need to be controlled again for how much I want. Let's see. I don't know if I even want to have something down here because I'm barely gonna pick up anything sort of outside of the normal. I also kind of want this to be one further down. Then I can do this. That's like a lot of extra storage actually. So, okay. And then this isn't working anymore. That could work. Oh no! Oh, you're so stupid. Why? What were you doing? Look at that. What are you doing? What the hell's wrong with it? Oh, it's low power. Okay, then it's just sucky. Yeah. I don't think this is the final design, but yeah, we'll just stamp things down everywhere. Yeah, I think there should also be an extra here. I think this feels better. Okay, let's take it for a spin. We have fuel, yeah. We'll also need to do all the electronics and the setup and as well, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. So we'll go to Volcanus and then go back to Novice. And then park here. Go! Why are you not getting there? Maybe that started by picking up something wrong. Yeah, okay. Okay, so first of all, how fast is it flying? That's interesting. If you just let it go and just go crazy. We probably also should get some accumulators in here. It's flying at 300, which is nice. I don't think we can expect more. We might cap it at 250 so that it's a little more effective or efficient. But 250 is a good speed to fly with, I think. And then the question becomes, how much are we consuming? 20 per minute? No. Over the last minute, how am I consuming? 200 per minute. It's about 4 per second, which is too much. But now it's... $300 divided by 60. 5 per minute per second. That's not what we have. We can definitely not keep up here. So it's gonna have to have some kind of warnings, and we're also sort of overstacking. We need all of the controls now, but I think it looks okay in terms of how they're collecting and all that stuff. Yeah. I like that. It's better. Okay, so what we're doing now is we have the basic concept of sort of how many guns and how big of a production here and all that stuff. So now the next part is figuring out sort of compacting it and putting in the controls and doing some clever stuff. So one of the things we absolutely need is the control for this here. Which is a little bit annoying, I think. Funny how... Oh, that's the old planet freighter here. That's has some kind of warning somewhere. There. There. Goodie. That's a Buckley ship. No asteroid recycling. No, I no. Don't ever do asteroid recycling. Well, don't ever, but that's it. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. For these small ships, I don't really think it's necessary. You can just not pick it up, but maybe we want it. I think we might. Yeah, okay. I think we might need it. Some asteroid recycling as well. Okay, so let's see. This area here. What do we like about it? What do we not like about it? I think what I like about it is the fact that it sort of has this shape. So I feel that there's a little bit of dead space here and a little bit of dead space here, but maybe we need that for some of our controls. So what is it we want to do in terms of controls? We need one that controls how much is on the belt. So we are going to do... Can I just snatch that from another? This is the most recent one, so this should be fine. This one says how much you want of all of it, including the speed. And then it does something, which I have no idea what it does, but something. Good thing I don't have to... And then this is the condition to go. Okay, so that's basically going to be the same. So let's see if we can decipher what the hell's going on with this design here, with this thing here. So the red belt, the red input is the max we want. And this is taking the max minus whatever comes in our green wire. The green wire will then be here. And also, I imagine what's on the belt. There. So it monitors what's inside the storage plus on the belt. Now, I don't have any storage for ammo beyond what is on the belt. It's a little bit scary, isn't it? So I need at least 5,000 thruster fuel. Yeah. this should also go in here and set filter. Oops, honestly this is... And they all should have set filter. But I now need to figure out how to get this, because okay, so that's on a red wire. I was thinking it should be on a red wire, but not on a green wire, this one. Because if I put it on a red wire, then I can actually just bring it back in here eventually. No. And then from here I can bring it out again, which is easier. Except no, no, and no. But aside from that, it's easier, right? Hate this part. So impractical that you have to jump this. Good. Okay, so now it's kind of spinning. And this output here is minus a lot, and a positive a lot. So we still need a lot more oxide, but not the other ones. Which is also indicator that we probably need to have like this reprocessor. Yeah, okay. So like, there's obviously a lot of dead space here we could kill, but probably can't because then we lose this. Next thing we want to do is, this one is fixed at 200, let's say 250 at least here. And we do have the moving from, moving to, and read speed and read damage taken, whatever. We just want it all. So V, and then now we can see that the value or the speed here, well, it has nothing in terms of speed, but I should then get that down here so that I can hey, look at that, perfect. Nice. This pushes 1200, and this cannot make more than 1200, so that's perfect. And it is it's before this one. Damn. Okay, so it has to be actually here. No, that can't be. Shoot. It has to be after the box, but before this inbound. You could say that, well, we're always going to have something going into a little bit of it. So maybe it's okay that this one will always run, and it's just a matter of how much of the other three out here we want. Yeah, let's do that as a stupid excuse. This one will then say if V, that's the velocity of the ship minus the velocity we are going with. This is, if it's greater than 0, that means we are flying slower than our maximum, because the red one is the maximum and we subtract the actual. So if that's the case, if this is greater than 0, then Then the little thruster icon. That one. Sure. I could also just go like V is greater than 0 for these two, and skip this level. Yeah. But I still have the problem of getting this one. There. Good. It's primary thruster, auxiliary thrust design. Totally what we intended the whole time, but now we get to say divert all fuel reserves to auxiliary thrusters, which is fun. Yes, that's exactly. Against the auxiliary thrusters. Yes, I know auxiliary seems like something that you have for emergency, but yeah. Okay, so this part of the ship I'm pretty happy with, I think. I don't know if this should just, if it's hovering over one of the other planets, it should just be able to just defend this part down here with one here. I hope that's enough, but if it isn't, then we'll fix it. The last thing we do is put accumulators in. The question is also how much space do we have here? I mean, isn't it shift to find? Input hatches, output hatches. Great. Oh, there you go. Storage. 399. Oh, okay. 399. That's 400 stacks. That would feel like it's good, I guess. Oops. Oops, that's not what I want. Did I accidentally upgrade these? Yes, I did. Weird. Did I also upgrade them down here? Yes, I did. I don't know if I can rely on this. I want to, but I can't rely on. Your initial freighter blueprint gets frequently clogged with asteroids. I had to install an outsert to eject them. Well, you can just set it down from 90 to 80, then it should be fine. But yes, you're right. Thank you. Right, so how much power do we have here? 56 times 78 times, in this case, 3 times as much because it's over Novice, which isn't really what I want. Let's just say this is default. So this can only produce 4 megawatt of power. That is pathetic. What the hell are we going to do about this? Because more... Oh, we also actually need to take a little bit out here for the refueling or whatever. No, that sucks. Oh, crap. They can't even do that. Ugh. It really should be down here then. 1, 2... That was so annoying. Maybe this is not where this has to be. Maybe this has to just be, for now, somewhere completely different. I don't know. Don't like it. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure that works. Now that obviously doesn't work because I need to have some kind of control of it. This one. So what is this one doing? This one is grabbing from the belt and just saying how much you got. It has to be all conditions. So this has to be, this is greater than that. And this is greater than this. And not only is it the highest, but it's also higher than the threshold. How do we do that? Without defining the threshold again, because the easiest thing would be doing this and saying greater than 90. And then this goes in and enables, oh, we have to sort of say what it should go with. It should just be a green. Nope, 1. And it annoys me that I can't do them all next to each other. Although this one will never be used, let's be honest. Anyway, this one has to be U greater than that. And this one will then be green greater than 0. There. Because it should only be one of them that's active. This one is now active. I wish I could put a little light next to which one is active, but I can't really do that. And there's no way for me to take this design and shuffle it somehow a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left to get us anything more, but this is just it, unfortunately. Okay. So now we have a reshuffler as well. I have lost this one though. I have a way to control all 3 processors with a single combinator. It's a little complicated though, can share blueprint. Yeah, you're welcome to share blueprint in the stream chat. I can take a look at it. If it's more than a little complicated, then no. But if it's only a little complicated, then sure. There's something fundamentally about this that I really dislike, this ship. And that is that it just doesn't have the power it needs. And I'd also really like to kill this part of the ship. But if I do that, it's probably not gonna end well. So weird that you can actually place it, allowed to be placing it incorrectly. What? Uncommon. Okay, it's can't see the. There we go. There it was there. Good. Okay, so this one is setting the limits. This one is subtracting the green wire in here. Then it is taking that and feeding it back in. And it should also be feeding this green signal in back in. So that I can see if I have a green signal here. I don't, but I could have. That would mean that all this is bigger, but I don't have that because I don't even monitor this. Okay. Okay, so this is now getting that in, but I also need to get on the greenest information. Right, so green goes in here. So green's information, the green wire carries now the information about how much fuel. So minus 20,000, that means we're not in problems with fuel. Yep. And ammo is, it wants to have 500, but it's not gonna get 500. It doesn't even get anything because it's not monitoring. I don't know if I want to monitor this, because then it also goes in the red belt, and the red belt is also an input to here. I can't figure this out. I think it might be safer to take the green belt from here, 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 and then say, okay, the green one is the one that monitors, but not the red one. So now I'm monitoring how much is on the belt. 400, okay. Not enough, which means this is not green yet. Let me put a light in here so we can see when it is actually going to be green. We have something destroyed again. Good, so when it's ready, it turns green. It's in the blueprint channel. Thank you. Then I have to find out where the blueprint channel is. There. Copy. Let's get a new ship. Nope, not like this. New ship. Oh no, that's actually really... Oh, that's weird how that's not important. Anyway, there. And blueprint import. Let's see. Is this the reshuffler? No. Yeah, no. There, these three. Oh, they have a nice little curl here. That one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good one. That makes sense. It's basically the same, but you just put it in here. One A, B, or C, and then it just says A, B, or C, which one it goes out as value 1. And then these will be... Oh, you control it by the input. Saying that one's only when the other one... Yeah, okay. Makes sense. I like it. Is it going to help me particularly? Oh my god, this is such an ugly ship. It's actually true that a reactor might actually fit here. That would be so crazy. Because, oh my god, I hate the fact that it's not really working. Oh, sorry. And they also need water, so we have to be mindful that water is actually something we need. So, this is the size. It's a little big to just squeeze in here. I don't know the big fan, but I really like it personally, so dropped some tungsten off, then I added landed on Clever. It's been running for these 3 hours now, and no attacks on. It's not like I'm not a fan of a Artillery, and I came around on it, and I think that's a really good idea. So that's what I can say about it. Okay, so so freaking tempting, right? It's not really that big of an extra leap to put it in here. Each of these is producing 5.8. Oh, that's not much actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is not actually very much power. This can produce 40, but these cannot consume 40. Huh? This is 10 plus 10 plus 10. Yeah, okay, so it's not actually 40 megawatt of power I'm getting there. Okay. Okay, let's see. So the controls we need is, we need to control this for speed. Yeah, we got that. I think it's coming in on the red line. The red line is monitoring, getting the green line is information. The red line is commands. That's how or constraints. But we also need to get into this and this. Yeah. So I now have the control of my collection. I have control of my... Well, ammo production will always just be full. Ugh, 91. How the hell did that turn to 91? Oh, right. It's because it's 409. So maybe this one should just be said, hey, when you're 400, you're happy. Right? Then you get a green signal. The only question is then, should I try to store some ammo? Oh, right. This is actually a problematic, this ammo. Because there's some ammo on the inside there. Ah, fuck. How do I pick up only from the inside belt? I'm just gonna monitor this running all the way around to see if there's still something. I don't see any ammo on the inside belt, but now we're still missing something. So I can't have enough ammo on this belt to be really happy. Like you could say, okay, well, if you have 350, then you're fine. And now I have 90 plus 90 and then 2 of the 3 different builds here. So this is way too low, right? I can definitely keep more on this belt. So this can also be increased to maybe 120. 12, not much. And then the problem is, if I change it here, I also have to change it here. All the programmers are hating me for defining the same variable multiple places. No! I know, it sucks. Okay, but it's still something. Maybe I should also have a condition here for water. Oops. That should be the same as that one. Greater than or equal, or less than or equal to 0. There you go. So as long as this is good, then we are ready to depart this place. This one has to have a circuit condition of green. There. So once it has that, it's allowed to leave. Just stack inserters? No. I could have, actually. No, because oh, it's such a good point about stack inserters. It would be lovely to have stack inserters. That would make a lot of difference, actually. That's a really good point, because we do this after we go to Kleber. So we should have it, right? Okay. Then the last thing I'm thinking here is also some accumulators. Not much, but hey. Oh. Don't think these... I have these in rare and uncommon quality. A little bit there. That's it. Right, so the controls, I think the controls are fine. This is the one that controls everything. There's a signal to go. There's a speed control. There's a collection. There's a managing belt content, I think. And let's see how many power poles or how many. 39. Oh, that's awful. 39 times 78. That means it's only 3 megawatts of power. Except, of course, here it's, where is it? Solar, it's times 3. This is times 6. Here it's plus 20%. That's not good. And this one's 200. So the Fulgora is the one that we have to worry about. So first we do a trip to Volcanus and see how that goes. It's such an ugly ship, but it's definitely a signature Nilaus ship. Common, yes, they're all supposed to be common. Yeah. Two of them are not. These two. Okay, so what I need to monitor is, can we... Speed is way too high. It's not braking. Working. Okay, so this is... Okay, so why is this not working? What signal is it getting here? Okay, so now it's obviously not, because we used all of our ammo just on this little trip. And then we have to wait forever to get it back online. Damn, that takes forever. Kind of shit, yeah. But fuel is no longer a problem, at least. Fuel is not a problem, but this certainly is a problem. That's a massive surplus. We kind of could have 2 of these. But that's even with the beacon on. Just 9 point something is really not much. Like, I kind of feel tempted to do this here. I'd obviously lose some power, which is awful. Now, oh, because we don't have power anymore. No, we don't have power. Shit. Yeah, but this also sucks because this is 3.75, so it's useless. Doesn't really do anything. That's a bad ship. Military tech 8. I thought that was sort of reasonable to assume that we have this. So this one 4,000. I mean, maybe we could assume that we have that. So I can safely conclude that this ship doesn't work. Like we're sitting here over Volcanus and we are running out of power. So something has completely messed up with this design. Damn. I liked it, but it doesn't work. I think it really is the fact that we don't have power. And also not enough ammo production. Like the ammo production is holding us back here. We have plenty of production down here, which is fine. And this is also now, these will soon stop working. Because you're done, you're done. When you're filling this one up, then that's done. Then we'll be consuming a lot less power down here. And as we consume less power, then yeah, I can't have something. Foundries are power hungry. Max consumption. It is actually very power hungry. 3.75 megawatt. That's crazy for all of those. Okay, let me try something to see if I did this. That would be 2.5. It's a little bit of a difference. It's this damn thing here. Like, what if we had assumed that we had all of these? I'm also considering this is producing 51.59. But what if I do this? Then it's producing 50. So it's not like productivity modules don't really do much at this point. Because they kind of shit. Do we have coal synthesis? Yeah, I'm not going to make coal furnaces. I know. I was thinking the same thing, but then I came to my senses. So this is now using 336 megawatt and producing basically the same thing. It uses a little bit more, but this can produce 499, and if I change it like this, it produces 467. So it's basically the same. It was only, but the power consumption between this is 1 megawatt. No, we can't compare this. This is 519 kilowatt. And this one over here is 1.21 kilowatt. So it's half the power and we lose 10% productivity. maybe even this one. So we're just not using productivity at all because productivity 2 or even 3 are pretty bad. Okay, so now this one's going. Why are you not? Oh, we did get back here somehow. Okay. And we're ready to go, so let's do another trip and see how it goes. There's something that's not working. Minus something. And this one. Yeah, you're not actually getting the right icon inbound. Why are you not getting that? I'm outputting here minus 40. So it goes here, here, here. Why does this say 250? That's so weird. Like this red line is the same as this red line, is the same as this red line. Oh, but because you're reading the speed. Oh, crap. So it actually adds it another time. Yeah, it doesn't override, it just adds it another time. What is this? Has been idling. Oh, right, okay. Yep. So... But I do need to get this back here. Because that's the only way to get it down here. Or maybe I... But the red signal has to go in here as well. Because the red signal is also where... And maybe it isn't if I did this. Then that red signal is the yes. But the other red signal here... There's nothing on this red signal that has to go in here. As long as it goes out somewhere else here. So... Maximum reach from here. And then that goes in. It goes down here. Now this, disabled. And it's slowing down. Oh crap. It's not really working because this one is putting the oxidizer in here. This one is putting that one in here. But I mean, if it's slowing down. Yeah, now it's hovering. Okay. It's hovering. It's the damn ammo. Maybe use a different control symbol for the speed. Yeah. But then I need another condition because this one just simply subtracts one from the other. So then I'd have to have a different condition that says, oh, if this, then that. If the velocity is greater than the max velocity, then send a signal, for example. But that would be an extra can even change the... Yeah, but it doesn't matter if I change this symbol, then it just doesn't match the other one, and then I change the other one, and then I'm still gonna have the same problem. So as long as I take the output signal through here, I'm gonna have the problem double counting it. Could you put pumps on the timer? Yeah, that works until... Yeah, we could put it on the timer. That's probably easier than this. What I don't like about the timer is that it's, well, always on. Yeah, problem with the timer is that it, when you start from a planet, the timer has filled up all the reserves, which probably it's going to be the same anyway, because, yeah. Probably the same. Oh, we're over break time. So, let me take a... And counting natural numbers. The best circuit invention here. And this one is... Is there any reset condition? No. Well, yeah. It should reset on a 60-second cycle. So when n is less than 600, then just feed the input back in. There. Yeah, so that's 600. That's too long, right? It's if we go on 100 cycle, then we can kind of illustrate it as a percentage. Then this one. N is less than some kind of percent, 20. So it only fires 20% of the time, or something like that. It's only thrust is active like that. Cool. I'm just gonna take a save and then take a break. All right, be back in 2 minutes. My God, this is an ugly ship. I hate it. Be back in 2. Okay, so is it flying? Are we still alive? Somewhat, yes. We're on the way back, so that means we went there and we got happy. Speed is all over the place. Well, now it just... I kind of don't want this one, but... These are so lightning fast. That's because I'm used to playing on so much slower mode. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. This is always going to be the issue. 30 seconds before starting, yeah. That is the issue, right? It's there's nothing we can do about that, I guess. No, not really. Why is it going down? Oh, right, because that's the... It has to go to less than 0. That's how much we're missing. Okay, so they're actually all even now. Interesting. So maybe we let's go a trip there. Once it's happy, it goes to Fogora. And then we see if it can actually survive there. Wish we could do something to make this a little bit more curved. I could take this one forward and just kind of make that. I don't know. That wouldn't do anything. It just kind of make it. This is also not necessary. It just kind of. It's a little bit of extra storage. It's not going to use more. It just. Yeah. Good speed. 290. 290 is too much. But these are then stopped. They are kind of all over the place. Why does it activate? There's oh right, this is because it's running at 20%. Ah, right. Then maybe 10%. Maybe it's not really working this percentage based. And we're also dead on electricity as we get closer to here. Mm-hmm. And this is, yeah, just thrusts. And now we're fucked, right? We're producing 3.7 megawatt and we want to consume 15. That's just not working. Why 15? Why 15? It's all this shit. It's so crazy, right? Is there no way to do this? Or is it just my insistence on the beacons that just kills everything? Because if we look at this beacon is so efficient. Effective. Because it's 1.5%, so this one is still at more consumption than normal. Even with 4 product efficiency modules in, it's still producing 10% or consuming 10% more power than a default, because 2 in a beacon apparently counts for more than this. So yeah. Yeah, make the ship longer and make a nuclear and better ammo. That's the kind of where I feel I'm stuck at, isn't it? Really don't like it, because I think that this ship should be operational. Yeah, one Factorio takes 3 megawatt. Did I say that right? Yes. That's 6% of the total power. Is more than that. That's the problem. This is, but there could also be like the other alternative of putting it in here. Then suddenly we are now at minus 80, but it's also just way slower. Alright, so this makes all the difference. Hello, kitty. Yeah, hello. You wanna come say hi? Close the door. Yeah, come on. Ah, look at this big beast. Ah. How would you define the difference between effectiveness and efficiency? For me, it's super obvious. But apparently I'm the only one who thinks that. For me, the way I'm looking at it is efficiency is same output, less input. Effectiveness is more output, same input. So in terms of if you want your staff to be more effective, then if you have 10 employees, if you want to be more efficient, then you do the same amount of tasks, but you fire 2 people. Then you're more efficient. But if you're more effective, then you have the same 10 people, but you now can take on 50% extra tasks because whatever. Right? That's how I'm looking at it. And this is why you could say, oh, it's the same thing. Yeah, it kind of is, because ultimately if you fire 2 people and can do the same amount of tasks, then you could also say they become more effective. But it's about whether you look at the inputs or the outputs. That's how I look at it, and I think that makes a lot of sense, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't be thinking it like this. So this is why I'm sort of thinking, okay, do we want to make it more efficient or more effective? Like effective, then you just throw more beacons at it. So we have the same amount of machines and speed modules, then it becomes more effective. Because same amount of machines, but you now have more output. Yeah, more output with same input. But it's just, for example, if I'm looking at something and going like, okay, do we want to make it more efficient? Then that means less input that we want to tune, or do we want to make it more effective, as in we want more output? That's how I'm looking at it. And sometimes you want to, like, we could either make the power production more effective, as in get more power production, or we can make the power consumers more efficient, as in using less power. That's how I'm. Does it make sense? Hello. Look at him. You're gonna get so many cuddles tomorrow. Yeah. You're. I have a friend coming over, and she is totally in love with this little orange bastard.
Welcome.
Rolodick, thank you for the prime for 4 months. Kitty! Exactly. Look at him. Ah, it's a hard life. Oh, must be rough to be a house kitty. Yeah. I can't really do much with you here. There you go. What do you guys think? Is it bad form to make the next ship design require a nuclear power plant? The problem with the nuclear power plant is also that this produces 40. Each of these are not producing 40. This is 10, 10, 10, so it would have to be an extra one here. But then we get into the issue of how many would that require? That would require... Oh, it's just... I suppose this could work, right? You could even sort of let it go up here. And this one. I could do it something like this, and then have that one sort of over in the other shape. Yeah. Nuclear to clever, no qualms against using it. I think this type of ship should be solar. More efficiency margin, no need for productivity since asteroids are free anyway. It's not actually... I don't have any productivity. I removed all the productivity modules. There's efficiency in everything except for the speed beacons. But without speed beacons, it's just so slow. And this might be the question of just how much power do you take? 165. So this one also has a built-in productivity. This one has a built-in productivity. The beacons themselves are drawing too much power. Yeah. Could do like the old design of this. And we go over to the old freighter here. Thank you, Silver Cecil, and good evening. Goes in on the wrong side. Bothers me that there are no beacons involved. I don't know why some of these are faster, but let's see. Why is there power now? Weird. 6.25. That's really low. I don't know why the solar panels suddenly started to go into this one. I have not changed the settings. Yeah. I don't know why I have speed modules, but in this case, we're only producing 7.5. That's really low. Okay. Is there a way that this one could be put in here? No. Maybe. I don't know what this is supposed to do, but it's something. This is the only place it can go out. .7, and this one is 5. It looks nicer, I think. Yes. Yeah. Isn't this making less? Oh, it absolutely is making less, but this is also about using less power. This is the only thing that I'm really concerned about right now is like, is it also able to... Like, the problem is that this one is that it makes 3.75 times 2. That's 7.5. The other one wasn't doing that. But on the other hand, this uses a lot less power. Oh, man, come on. Oh, you're kidding me. Electrical damage. What do we have? Oh, Tesla weapons. Not even researched. Now it is. Yeah. If the undergrounds for the crushers could have a beacon in there. Yeah, but the problem with the beacon is what am I going to put in the beacon? Speed modules? Then I destroy the whole thing, or productivity or efficiency modules? Then whatever, right? Even if I had enough space, then the whole point was, what if I don't have a beacon? But I could also just have a beacon here. And this one would be happy. But then these ones takes an awful lot of power. Oops. But you know, this is now 6 point something. But this one's using a lot of power now. And it could be like half, but then I'm down to 4 point something bullshit here. What are we solving for? What are the constraints? Thank you. Good question, because that's a common thing. What I didn't like about the previous design was that it worked, but it used too much power and output not enough. So I would like to sort of see... I would like to be able to produce more... produce more ammo. But if I do that, I am taking the biggest problem of power and making it worse. Because already by using foundries, I am already screwing myself over, and therefore the balance becomes like, oh, I want a little bit faster, then I use too much power. Okay, so then it becomes like, okay, so if I want to use more power, then is it a nuclear power plant we're looking for? So the constraint is the power, but that's also sort of a bit something we can work with. If we want to have a purely solar ship, then there's a very limited, then basically speed modules are completely out. So I was just thinking, I was just trying to see if this old design had any merit in terms of producing enough. And it just takes a lot more space, which is not great. And yeah, it uses less power. Right? These ones, 0.2 kilowatt. So, but then I'm making another design here that instead of this, I do this. It takes more space, it produces less ammo, and it consumes a lot less power. So is it better? Meh. Yeah, 15 plates for consistent travel, 6 seems slow. Yes, but 15 plates is impossible to get without breaking, with a solar panel ship on Volgora. I just can't see that happening. Without sort of very long time for it to recharge at a station. So I don't know. It's that's that was this one, right? Yeah, you have the mix that I also have, and you've just two of these. This one is so one speed module here, but this one has this speed module. Yeah, I like this. I'm gonna try to see if we can get something like this going. I also think that this was a cute little trick and it saved a lot of power, but it didn't really get us anywhere interesting. Hmm. What would this be like? I know it's not exactly what you did, but I like this better. So there's enough fuel. It takes 10. That's kind of a lot.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hey, Moonduck. Thank you for the 23. If this is a starter platform, it's not a starter platform. It is a platform after you've been to Clever. Otherwise, you couldn't use this recipe either. So now, actually at this point, if we can get this, then that's enough here. This is somehow too much. Which I don't like because, well, it's still minus 50%. Okay, so now it's consuming all of it and producing only 3 per second. It's a thing, right? It's a thing. Look at the ratios. Also happy that you built your way was only about ratios. Yeah. Thank you. So this is definitely one design. I'm just kind of thinking if I can do another design that would be It's kind of just... This doesn't work. Too much for one. I mean, obviously we can do this, but... Is it... What am I gaining from this? Not really anything, because we also need some extra thing inbound, so... Done. Better. Then I can get this part. Ah, which is no longer... okay, you are speed modules, but you are not. That means you're producing 0.4 per second. That's still way more than it needs, so that's still fine. This would be the ideal. This one just barely touches the tip of this, which means this one is fast enough. This is now producing 17.5 and it needs 10. Okay. So then the next part is... ever so slightly smaller improvements. Yeah. How do you keep your builds so clean in Factorio and DSP? When I try to build them clean, they always turn out to be not working and are not clean. So what's your way of thinking while building? I mean, isn't it just kind of what we do on stream here? Like, I'm just looking at it and then I have this feeling or like, and we just spend way too much time on it. I think this is, I think that's the key to be able to, or not to be able to, but to accept that you're going to spend a lot of time on these designs. Is this getting in all the stuff in the belt? Yes, it is. But it's always like, it's a puzzle, just kind of thinking, like, okay, can I move this over? What would happen? Like this one, I'm just kind of, I could move it over. What would I gain from it? I mean, not really, because this one, they're right next to each other, so I won't gain anything by pushing this one over. And then I would also do this to keep it symmetrical. Okay, so I like this, I think. But we did also extend it to make it bigger, power-wise. Power is now 44 of these. Need to quit my job so I have enough time to spend a lot of time to make a simple thing. Kind of. Like, it's isn't it always like this when you see someone who is good at whatever they do? It's like, oh, how do you become so good? Like time. There's a lot of time going into it, and that's not something. Then, if you don't have the time and also the mindset, you can also just. There's also a lot of people who also play Factorio for a long time, but they are not having the same mindset, and therefore the designs might not be as nice. They might be faster, they might be doing it the other way, or they might be more entertaining or whatever, but this is like, from that perspective of designs, yeah. I think there's also another part of it, and that is because I feel that it's part of my brand to be that guy, and therefore it's also sort of self-enforcing, because if I just started being like, yeah, whatever, this is fine, whatever, and then part of what is the attraction here on the channel would be lost, because it would no longer be nice designs. It would just be like, oh, okay, so this is just yet another one who just makes sloppy designs. What's the point? So this could be moved one out. Yeah, and then we get a little bit more room for these. I don't think they really make a difference, to be honest. But now we have them, right? Might as well. Whenever they're possible. Can you move the control module to the War Foundry to put more access? Get it up here. Yeah. Good idea. Though the accumulators are not that interesting. And then I need to go from here. Yeah, thought so. Damn. That's so frustrating, this part. But this doesn't reach that, or this. It reaches here, but from here I don't reach anything else. Ah! Really? What if it's here? Is this getting in? Yeah. And it goes over here. Good. Okay. Let's try to do a round trip of this one. Yeah. Why doesn't it reach? Search the whole design style. Yeah, scratch the whole design. Yes. Yeah, I mean, almost. Okay, I think that we are sort of, there's enough protection here on the side. There's a little bit of protection here at the back, which I don't think I need more, but if I need more, it's not a difficult thing to add. Accumulators, we've added a number of extra accumulators. 26, it's not much, but, you know, it's something. It's not nothing. And then I think we'll take it for a spin. So let's do all the locations here. Okay, and then let's see. So first it goes from Novice to Volcanos to Gleba to Volgora and back. That's the loop. Still an ugly ship. Wish we could make a little bit more curve. That would have to, this one goes a little bit down. Yeah. Collection. Okay, we need a lot of metallic. Oh, right, because it's been munching on the metallic, so more metallic. I actually think these ones should have override stack size to 6. These ones that take the extra. Because it's so annoying when you get the warning, the pop-up warning. So I want this to not empty it, but only take a little bit of it. And I want to monitor this part. This is the deficit we have. And we're now at Volcanus. We are not allowed to... Oh, we have left Volcanus because we already recovered the power... Okay. This one here, the Firearms Magazine. Yeah. So 28 is really good. Like, we are really maintain this. And let's have a look at power. I mean, we're heading over to Gleba, which is a thing. What's the point of having planet symbol signals? I mean, not really much. I mean, I don't need it right now. Moving to, moving from. It's something I sometimes have. So now we are here. Okay, so power is not great. We are actually maxing out on power. There we go. And that starts eating accumulators. So, and we are at minus 75. Oh, minus 100. Ooh. So now this one has to go to 0 before it leaves. Then the question is, yeah, okay, look at that. It's actually discharging now, which is not great. Because it should be... This is full, so all these should just be steady. Done. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So this means all this doesn't really use power. Only this part uses power. Where's the power consumption? Yeah. And then we left. The asteroid collectors, they also consume a little bit. Not much. And then we go to Fulgora, and you can see this is bad. Right? The fact that we're using more energy than we're producing before we even get to Fulgora is a bad sign. Discharging. It's hovering, but it's not great. The question is then when we get there. Also, power is about 240, so this is looks interesting. Why that doesn't go up? Oh, right, because we are on a timer now. So this timer is about speed 240. So it goes down here. These ones are still producing because they need to fill up the storage, which shouldn't take long. Shouldn't take long. This one shouldn't take long. Okay, so it doesn't take much time to, because this is actually not really consuming much. That means maybe this could be changed to... And that means all our power... Yeah. I'm fucked. The last bits. Oh no. And how much until we leave? 55 more. Can we make it? There's barely any charge left, and we're out. So now the power is insufficient. Oof, it's very insufficient. And now it's apparently good enough. Why? Those damn beacons, right? That's the only thing. Like the beacons. Beacons are constant. And some chemical plants using a little bit. Oh, we're leaving now. Okay. So that means we also get more power in these. You can see the power output increases slowly, but it does increase. I'm starting on Fulgora using any plan start. Do you think double sushi belt are enough? I don't know. I mean, I have not started on Fulgora, and I don't know what that would be like. I don't think so. And you're also saying double belts, but you don't have green belts because you don't have that yet, so it's double red belts? Then no. From platforms. No, it can send it on the same platform, but not on to other platforms. Okay, well... conclusion is almost, but not quite. I don't know how we get more power out of this, or we get a better consumption. I think this could be a thing, but that lowers a lot of the other things, and that means everything else is super cheap. Basically not using anything. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so let's recharge it, and then send it on another trip, and see what happens. Yeah, rare solar panels, yes. You're right. It might be like you really should have rare solar panels, or at least uncommon. Yeah. It's the way I'm making it is so cool designs like this. And of course, at some point we would want to do this. Oh, why did that? Damn. Oh. Uncommon rare beacons can also save power. That's actually true. That's a funny thing though. That beacons, not only are beacons more efficient, no, more effective. See, it's the same beacon, it has more output. Therefore it's not more efficient, it's more effective. But they're also more efficient. They take less input power, which is crazy good actually. Like, it's not much, but it's a good thing to consider. I think it's okay if we design something that's when it's at the bare minimum, so we can say this is the absolute bare minimum, but you really should be considering rare quality beacons, or uncommon quality here, rare quality here if you have it, and uncommon or rare quality accumulators. If you have it, good, do that. Especially if this is the design for eternity, rare parts would be nice. Yeah, but I can't say at this point, because by the time we have a little base on have a tiny base on all the 4 planets, inner planets, we don't have like, oh yeah, let me just use 400 rare quality solar panels. I don't have that, and 4 would be 10 ships, so I barely have 40 for 1 ship. So that's why I'm like, I don't want to force something that is too unrealistic, that maybe I have, maybe you have, but then someone sits with a blueprint and go like, oh, I can't build it. I don't have that. But having uncommon, yeah, that's abundant. Like, remember, you will have 10 times as many uncommons as you have rare quality. So uncommon is not rare. Yeah, blue inserters, I don't do that. I just don't bother with that on spaceships and other planets. So now we're approaching. This is better than before, to be honest. That one was already halfway out by the time we got to this. The question is also, what if we stay at Fulgora? Will it just gradually run out of power? Let me just start seeing if it can recover and get out of here before it runs out of power. So 130 is the deficit which we need to build, and it builds at 3 per second. So 40 seconds it has to stand here. And these ones, they have plenty of power. And our consumption is also, it's actually okay. And that's because all of these are really just not consuming anything. It's the beacons. So it looks actually pretty steady. Oh, it left. So now the next question is, can it stay here and just stay here, or will it sort of over time get overwhelmed? Because that would be a bad thing. Still needs water on the belt, or oxides on the belt. That's just 5, not much. 6, 7. It's not a pretty ship, but it's functional. And I like the fact that it comes in here, out here, so that it goes out on the belt right before it gets consumed. This ice is like, it's so tempting to try to find a way for this ice to get down here and be part of this design, but I don't think that's worth it. Sort of put it out on the belt and then pick it up again, but we really want the belt here. Oh, this means it's actually fine. Yeah, this one is just idling. There's a little bit of space where it can go out. Hmm. 8, 9. So this is probably the max. Mm-hmm. Have it go turrets, cargo bay, ammo, yo. Huh? Yeah, for station miles. Yeah, that's why I'm not doing it. Also, the ice is not much, because if you look at this is when it's running full time, it's 0.2, and this one can produce 0.4 by default, so it's half of this. That means it's 0.6, half of that's 0.3 ice per second that I potentially lose when it's fully operational. 0.3 ice per second. I don't need to do a major redesign for that. Okay, so we can look at it when it's idle here. It actually looks okay. Right? The consumption is less than the accumulators. Of course, as soon as we start consuming something, these little blips is every time a little ammo is being consumed, but that's it. And then, so I think it actually works now. So what are we unhappy about? So I think this is good. If you have uncommon quality, whatever, do it. Definitely do it. Damn, this took a whole stream just to redesign a single spaceship. But I like it. I think it's fun to design spaceships. We'll definitely continue in this. Any last comments on the spaceship in terms of like, oh, it's shit, or it's like, oh, you forgot, or it actually nice, or I wouldn't use it because it's too damn square. I don't know. Whatever. Final comments before we wrap up the stream. Tomorrow I'll be starting Darkest Dungeon 2, The Curse of the Court, new free LC that came out last week. And we'll be going into that. So I hope to see at least some of you for some Darkest Dungeon. If you don't know what it is, give it a chance. It's super fun. Very different. Yeah. It does need a marketing campaign to make it sexy. City blocks, square. Why would we be bothered by square? Sure. That's true. It's also, it's not quite as square. It's a little bit different. Also, by the way, if as is tempting to sort of make it a rounded top, then it just becomes more penis shaped, and there is no need to go down that route. So that's another advantage of the box shape instead, I guess. So thank you very much for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good. I dislike the square though. Round shape would be nice. That's because you just like penis shape. So that's, yeah. Walls are useless and bad. So it's not used this time. Yeah. Good night. Take care. Thank you very much for joining. I'll see you guys hopefully next week. Bye.